Hey, thanks, Jackson. Appreciate that. Sorry, had to grab my mic. Are you getting to play the game, dude? No, not yet. I do have Discord, but I'm not in there at the moment. Kind of chilling. Place looks fucking sick, dude. Can I get in the water? I hope they add swimming in a patch eventually. Definitely needs to be swimming. Oh shit, I thought I almost died there. There's actually a link to my Discord down below the thing. I'll turn on some lights soon. That's crazy. Interesting. Be right back. I'm gonna turn on my lights. let's go. His ass. Oh, we did shit. Shit. Ooh, did we get him? Did I disconnect? Oh shit, okay, we got his ass. Nice. Yep. Get down. Alrighty, let's head out.
You look a little worse for wear, but the job's done. Hopefully the ichor will subside now that the thing's dead and I can get the blood flowing again. As for what I promised you... Oh, you wound me. I've got what I wanted. I'll hold up my side of the bargain. There's a man called Megan who resides at the Crossroads Foundry. He's older than he looks. A little bird told me he's one of the only survivors of the attack that left Aurelian in ruins. If anyone knows how you can complete the trial of Lingering Light, well, there you have it. Scurry on then. Oh, and if you're looking for work for...
Alright, head over. Dude, it is crazy how far you can see. Maybe I should turn that down a little bit. Shit. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
a wayfinder, yes? I'm Brother Megan. Are you here to help? I'm working to restore the old foundry.
It looks like a
We
monk.
can't just hide in Skylight. We need to reclaim the Highlands. I don't... Why are she... I don't have time for this. You're chasing ghosts and I need to look after the living. There's too many of those beasts out. You're away from...
Whoa. Those things are cool. It's good, Evans. How are you doing? Where are you at on the old queue? Right now, something's bugged. I'm not able to like see my waypoints. I'm trying to find these gloom creatures in the Highlands, but I'm not sure where exactly I need to go. You're not logging back in tonight? I'm gonna head to bed. Nice. Oh, good to know. I was just killing one of those things. Oh, okay. Like a tear in the thing. Use your sword, right? Yeah. I feel ya. I've seen one. Okay, good to know. Fuck. Oh, these guys. Oh, these guys are pretty high for me, I think. I'm a bounce. Go up to the under place. Okay, one sec. Let me get myself away from these guys. Look at what that is. Lower skylight. Oh fuck. God damn it. Oh, the undercroft, like right over here. Okay. Where am I at now? Right here. Okay. Oh, just stay around the foundry? Okay. Oh, that's good to know. All the NPCs are acting weird right now. They're like not moving at all. Or maybe they are. Maybe I'm just crazy. Most of these, them not doing anything. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a little bit more activity in these NPCs in the future. Ooh, that's this thing. Get it, boys. Getting their asses, dude. Well, bug bitches. Fuck. Bitches. Those boys kicked my ass, dude. Turn to Megan. Okay. That's good. Thanks. Oh, that's a good idea. Can I teleport just from like right here, or do I have to be near a thing? I really like these turtle boys, dude. Need to go back here, right? Oh, I'm in combat, it says. I'm here anyways. Perfect. Alice TV, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hey, how's it going? Are you playing some Wayfinder as well, or are you fighting the queue, Alice?
What do you know of the celestial architects? The silver codex is a pen the first. There is more. The monks and the codex. I was while I never faced the trial of.
Wolf, you like customized your channel? What do you mean wolf though? Oh, would I? Okay. No, actually I do all my own stuff. I appreciate the offer though. At this point. Hey, I appreciate it, but at this point I'm just not looking for anything, and I don't have the budget for anything else, so appreciate you stopping by, and you're more than welcome to stay and watch, but I'm not looking to buy any art at this point. I do appreciate the follow, man. It's unfortunately at this point in life, it's 0 to 0, buddy. Yeah. Like I said, I don't have any budget for that stuff right now. That's why I'd usually do it myself, to be honest. Thanks. Nice. Thanks, Evans. Hey, I appreciate Alice.
Megan's medallion has a gloom trace. You can use it to reach the trial. If what he says is true, we need to know what these monks were doing in the Undercroft.
I like how you kind of phase through that shit. It's cool. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck this bear. Fucking fall off the thing, bitch. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think we got it. We need chat bubbles for sure.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay,
It
and
was
we're
a
up.
long
Let's
and winding
let's
path, but you
first of all,
persevered.
thanks for coming here.
I can feel
Thanks
the
for everything.
connection you've
We're
established.
very excited. Just
The
introduce
underclass
yourself. Start with you,
awaits.
Josh.
I'm Josh Henning from the Roadster Shop.
Phil Gerber, Jeremy Gerber.
And you guys make fucking awesome cars
Well, thank you, dude.
for a living.
I
Like
appreciate
that. What a great job. I mean,
I'll
what a
go with
fucking
the
great
creative
job.
Megan's.
Dude,
You
yeah, it
guys
is.
get to work on some of the fucking coolest cars that
The
have ever
creek
been
will
made.
find the entrance. Be
It's
careful.
you guys have an incredible gig.
Living the dream, man. That's it. That's what it's all about.
So I drove that 1970 Barracuda and I got here. I said, I don't want to say shit until we get on the air.
Dude, I'm sweating.
That
I've been
thing-
sweating thinking about it.
That thing is a masterpiece. It's my favorite. That's my favorite car now. That just went number one. It beat all of them.
Hell yeah, dude.
You know, like edges. You know, the Camaro's amazing. My Nova that I got from Steve Strope is fucking incredible. But this thing is fucking. It's also. It's like I have so much history with this car, and I bought this car 20 years ago. And to buy Reggie Bush bought it, and then he got rid of it after a while. He dumped a bunch of money into it too. He was telling me. And then when my friend Yoel told me he got it back, he called me. He said, "I have your Barracuda." No. And this is like, you know, I was already thinking that I wanted to get another one. Like I wanted to get them. I only like hot rods that are manuals. That's all I like. I do not like automatic hot rods. It just feels like something's wrong. When you're driving a classic muscle car, it's like, why am I not shifting? You know? And just what you guys did to that thing is just, you guys are artists. It's really amazing.
Dude, we were stoked to hear when you found that car, because you could have built anything, you know.
Yeah.
Hello.
But that damn car was so rad.
Hey.
And to start with it,
Yeah.
revamp that sucker and put our touch on it.
I'm heading to pick up the Walmart now.
Glad that you're digging it.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
That was the whole, everything on that, all the styling.
All right, I love you too. Let me know when you're getting home so I can come help you.
Making that fucker work.
Let me know what?
Really good.
When you get home so I can come help you.
Drive, so
It drives so
Okay,
different
sounds
than
good.
anything
All right, bye.
else. It's that high revving, naturally aspirated engine, which is like very different.
it's a wild motor, man.
Yeah.
The Mopar dudes, not a big fan of it, right? Because
Right,
it's
it's not
Chevy, it's
Mopar.
Chevy based, but it's a
Yeah.
fucking motor. You know, it's an internal combustion engine.
Looks like a Hemi under the hood.
Right.
People have to get over that shit.
Yeah, they-
Like, there's a bunch of people.
Boys, I'm fucking liking this game, dude. It is fucking fun stuff.
I don't know. They're doing like.
Like, I can't wait to play it tomorrow even.
Yeah.
But dude, you
I know.
how fun that would be. It's probably lighter than the Porsche engine. It's got way more torque,
Oh yeah.
way more horsepower, totally different sound.
I mean, it's upgrades. It doesn't have to fit. It's not like you've got to stick with whatever came in a factory.
Yeah,
I mean,
people
make it better.
It's hot rodding.
They gotta let that shit go.
Yeah, yeah.
They gotta let that shit go. The people who are the worst about it is Ferrari people. Ferrari will sue you.
I know, man. I've heard that.
That is so crazy.
there's
If you buy a Ferrari and you paint it weird colors, they'll fucking sue you.
Yeah. Yeah, you see there's a couple things floating around. You got that dude that just, man, he swapped like a Honda motor, turbo Honda motor into an old 308. Every comment's like, when's the cease and desist letter coming?
Yeah, I wonder if they can do that with classic ones. Because I know that there's a bunch of people that have hot rodded some old GTOs, and they really are incredible.
They're cool, dude.
Yeah.
I talk about it all the time. I'm itching to like resto mod a Testarossa.
Ooh.
It's gonna happen one of these days.
I don't know why, but I think
80s,
I
90s
see
coming
those
back.
cars. Those cars never did it for me. They look
Really?
like, it looks like junk.
Oh man.
That side thing with the like vents, like get the fuck out of here. Like, what
it's
is
the
that?
generation. It's the generational gap, you know.
No, that was Miami Vice. I was a kid. I remember Miami Vice. Everybody wanted a Testarossa.
I want to do like that Lambo LP 2000 or whatever, the Lambo truck, the vintage one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the one Mike Tyson had. Mike
Yeah.
Tyson had one of those back in the day.
Do the mid travel.
You only want to do that because you picture that fucking Doberman sitting in the front seat of that. That's a
Yeah.
perfect car for like Doberman Rottweiler.
I've got to, yeah.
Yeah, that's your style for sure.
Yeah, that's a guy with warrants. The guy's got a car like
Many
that.
of
The guy's done some shady shit.
You got to get some of those in your collection.
A Doberman and a Lambo truck. Like, what are you up to? for sure, you know how to get ketamine.
So, dude, did you rip that Cuda? You drove it
Oh,
here,
yeah,
right?
I drove
so
it
you got,
here,
got
yeah.
a few miles on it?
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, it's so different. That engine. It's just the high revving engine. I mean, what's the red line on that thing?
You could shift it at like 83, 8400.
That's
RPM.
so crazy for a V8. It's so
wild.
crazy, and it sounds so different. It's like it sounds like a combination of like the Voodoo engine from the Shelby GT350
Yep.
and like an exotic car. It's real weird.
It's got a sweet sound. Like the Voodoo engines and all those Coyotes are cool, but like me even being a car guy, if I'm on the highway and I'm just cruising like with my family, and some asshole kid flies by you in one of those with an exhaust system on it, I'm like, what the fuck is? Jesus, man.
Yeah,
Have a little respect.
I don't think you
they
need an
sound
exhaust system
bad.
on one of those. They sound good when they're straight from the factory. I
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that sound. But dudes go crazy with their exhaust.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, isn't that annoying to you? Like,
Yeah, it's like a maturity thing, I think. You know, 'cause you want the exhaust tone like that car too. We put that little bypass on it. You can open it up and it's maybe like 20-30% louder, but it's not obnoxious.
It doesn't need to be. That sounds perfect. It sounds.
I didn't know if there was like an HOA or something, you know. So it's trying to make sure you
there
have
is.
that option.
Yeah, I try to be respectful.
It's weird driving that though, and then getting back in another LS V8 powered car, and like you're shifting so much earlier, and then you jump in that, trying to figure like mentally stay in it another 3,000 RPMs. And, like, it comes alive at $5,000. It just rips.
It's just very different, but it's got plenty of low end torque for it to be fun, like right off the line. But it's just like when you get on the highway, when you get on, it's first of all the handling the thing. I wanted to ask you this because you guys remapped how the transmission works and the tunnel, and then you put the rear transaxle. Does that shift the weight more to the back?
It makes that car ends up being like perfect 50-50. So with a big monster V8 in front of it, the car still, you know, it's a little more exotic because it's balanced.
That's what I was thinking when I was driving it. I'm like, God, this thing is so balanced. It's so sorted.
It's just like super predictable.
Yeah.
And it feels like a sports car, doesn't it? Compared
the exact opposite feeling of the old car. The old 70 was that it had that giant Hemi in the front, and it was like really front end heavy.
Oh yeah.
And you could feel it. You could feel it around turns. You could feel it everywhere. It's like yikes.
Yeah.
And it, you know, it had solid rear axle. It had, you know, it didn't have the widest tires in the world, and it was just like,
Oh yeah,
sketch.
Big old like boat anchor. That's why everybody that chimes in, they're like, man, should have had a big old 426 Hemi with a 4-barrel on it. You're like, dude, what the fuck?
Shut your
Not
mouth.
if you're gonna drive it.
Shut your mouth. If I gave you that car, you'd shit your pants. It's the most incredible car of all time. Like, shut up.
Well, you drove the Camaro yesterday. You were talking about.
Yes.
So it's interesting. Back to back 2 days, jumping out of the Camaro. Because you know you
The
like
Camaro's
the Camaro.
way more sketchy. The Camaro is like, if you're taking a right turn, you give it a little juice, you're gonna kick out.
Yeah.
Like, it's so powerful at the low end. It's so. It's got that. Just wants to go. Like you got to be like very careful with the throttle in the Camaro.
Yeah, you got to respect the Camaro a lot more than this one.
This one just lets you feel where the balance. It's just like you know where the limitations are. Just it's like giving you more information.
Sorry guys, my dogs are being
Camaro's
cute.
just like a bar crawler. You know, the Camaro's like some crazy dude who comes into a bar and he's doing coke and he just wants to start smashing shit. You know, it's like that's what it's like. It's like, I mean, it handles great for one of those cars for 69. I mean, you don't get a 69 Camaro that handles better. It handles amazing, but it just it's so rowdy, and it has what is that, like 850 horsepower?
Yeah, 850 horse. It's the supercharged, man. The
Yeah.
torque's like fucking on. It's like a light switch.
Yeah, it's fun.
But you can wind that fucker out though. And
Yeah.
I mean, it'll shoot pretty straight. It's a fun car to drive.
It's a recipe for disaster. This episode
All right, boys.
is brought to you by Squarespace.
Well,
Squarespace is an
me get a
all-in-one
hit.
platform for growing your personal brand online. For example, let's say you teach comedy. With Squarespace, you can. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Life is. Just enjoy it at 7. Don't get that bitch up to 9 or 10. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Swap a pulley on it.
Yeah.
Drop the boost
I had
down.
the privilege of flogging that thing, man, and making sure it was sorted. But that fucker is rowdy compared to the Cuda.
Yeah, it's very different. It's a very different feeling, but they're both equally enjoyable in different ways. You know, it's just I mean, I've sang the praises of those cars so many times, but there's just something about that era of cars that is like the greatest achievement in automotive history in terms of like what it emotes from people, the kind of like passion that people have for those things.
Yeah, sometimes it's too much passion though. You know, if you like flying under the radar.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like obviously for you, it creates a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, you know, you drive something like that to a gas, just to fill it with gas, and you're like, dude, everybody's best friend. Everybody's got something to say.
Yeah.
Those old 70s pickup trucks too, same fucking situation. Man.
Oh yeah, people who love those old pickup trucks, that's like a very specific breed of person. Those C10s.
It is. It is and it isn't, because you get it like transcends just the like C10 dudes, because chicks love those. Dude, C10s.
Really?
Oh yeah, like square body Chevys.
Really?
And if you're a single dude and you're trying to roll some broads, man, get
Really?
a fucking
Oh,
square
old
body
truck. There's guys out there right now taking notes and like, okay.
So you sure?
Oh,
You sure
no.
about this? Right?
Solid sales
What-
pitch.
Yeah. So the year range, what do we got? 73 to 79. That's
Oh,
what
we're
it's at.
doing those Legend series or whatever.
Is anybody redoing the OJ Bronco?
It's getting there, and we
It
done
seems like that's started. It's old enough now that that's a classic, right?
It is. It's it's shifting, man, because the generation's changing and people are doing more of those. Like we just did an '87 Grand National, and it's getting into that era. Like you're gonna break into the early '90s.
Yeah.
We did a chassis for one, and we had it in our shop. I wanted to do one, slam that bitch on a chassis, license plate juice, and port.
Do you guys know Mark Curry, Hanging with Mr. Cooper? Remember that show?
Yeah.
Mark Curry's a car nut too. He's a stand-up comic, and he had this beautiful OJ Bronco. It was really dope. Pretty sure it was a Bronco, and a fucking tree fell on it.
He had the Bronco in his
Yeah.
show. I remember he had the Bronco in his show too.
Did he?
His TV show. I think he would drive that.
Yeah. So look at this.
Oh.
Yeah, a fucking tree fell on his truck and crushed it.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I think it totaled it. It's a, see if you get photos of it, because it's a massive tree that fell on his. Look at the size of the fucking tree that fell on his Bronco. It was a dope Bronco though. He had it like completely redone. It was a total sleeper. There's Mark. Mark's the shit. Super cool dude. Really funny stand-up dude. He's really funny. But you know, he made like a ton of money off of hanging with Mr. Cooper. He's just chilling, having a good time, enjoying himself. But just luckily he wasn't in that thing. That's how our governor got paralyzed. Tree.
Is that
fell
what
on him.
happened? I always wondered what happened.
He was jogging.
And a tree.
Jogging around a
Does a
lake.
tree fall on you while you're jogging?
Dude, what are the odds? What are the odds?
Yeah. That's
They do fall though. You know, when you're hunting and you know, like you're in an area with like a lot of deadfall and it's windy, like if you hear a crack, like that's something you have to be very considerate of. You have to really consider, because if you hear a tree falling and it's anywhere near you, like you could get got. Like you have to really pay attention if you're in a place where trees fall. It's super, super, super rare to be there when a tree falls, but when you go through the woods, you see fallen trees all the time. Like they do happen. And if you are there when that, I mean, you could just zig when you should have zagged.
If that happens to me, I hope it takes me out, dude, because I would not want to tell that story. Dog. Like, if I'm limping around
I hope it grazes
and
me.
people are like, dude, what happened? Fucking tree fell on me.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, Abbott's pulled it off. He's the governor. He's a great guy, too. And, you know, that's what happened to him. It's a crazy story. Just, guy was, like, super fit, running around a lake.
That's
That's
nuts.
wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
That's like we always talk. No disrespect to anybody, but getting hit by a train. That's
I saw that on
always
Instagram last week.
blown my mind because they don't sneak up on you.
They do, though. Because they're moving so fast, you miscalculate how much time it takes to get out of the way. You really do. Like, you see them coming, they're coming towards you.
Get down.
You don't understand
there it is.
what that means. Like if you think you can
All right, I'm
run
back.
the highway because you see the car down there, no, you can't. No, you can't. That car's going 80 miles an hour. It's gonna fucking smash into you. It's just a bad and it's also like for whatever reason, sometimes people stop on tracks. It's the craziest thing. Their car stalls, they get stopped on tracks,
The semi
or
gets
they
stuck.
try to beat the train. That's what happened to Matt Healy. Yeah, I mean, trains are fucking. It's amazing.
Dude, it's an adrenaline thing too. You know, we were out ripping those scooters, those little rental fucking electric scooters, and Sean was a buddy of mine. He fucking throttles down on this thing. I'm like, dude, don't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Right in front of the train. It looked like something out of
Oh,
a movie.
God
Like if
damn
we
it.
had fireworks going
Oh,
off in the
God
background, it
damn
would
it.
have been.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
I had a concussion. That's I forgot about it.
And you're trusting some fucking rental scooter.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what are the odds that
Yeah.
that thing's not beat to shit?
Dude, driving around Austin
After we
yesterday,
drove 'em.
those things they leave them wherever, huh?
Ever.
Like,
You have an app, you just
Sit
fucking
down,
pick it up,
Annie.
start riding.
they're in the middle of the road. Like yesterday, we were driving around. They're just fucking everywhere.
It's a great way for people to get around, though. If you like, look, Austin is a great walking around city. There's a lot of places just like where my club is on 6th Street.
Yeah.
They shut the street down on the weekends, and it's just for people walking around. It's amazing. It's fucking cool.
A group of
Just
those-
everybody just wandering around, going to bars. It's really
Prime
really
for a
nice.
bachelorette party on about 6 or 7 of those
Oh
scooters.
yeah, dude. Just
Oh, they're always
seeing
happening.
him get KO'd.
They're always happening, and they're in those pedicabs. They're always in the back.
Yeah, those scooters should be regulated here. We're lucky to have Josh with us today because Josh had himself a fucking violent wreck on one of those, and we were in Louisville.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Helmet or no helmet?
No helmet.
Head bang.
Yeah.
Flying head?
Like a
Bounce.
like a bouncy ball.
We're
dude.
all doing
Off
stupid
the concrete.
shit. Yeah,
Right
off
at
the
the
concrete. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Pull out my phone. I'm navigating. We're trying to find a bar. I'm in the lead, and pull out my phone and just kind of stand there, and then got a tank slapper, and it's fine.
They need more.
Honestly, my pride is hurt way worse.
Yeah, it's not recoverable.
When you
Pride
get
got,
older,
took.
falling becomes way more dangerous.
That's what we said.
You know, like I used to fall when I was a kid. It was a normal thing. Like, now you
Roll
fall
out
off
of
your
it.
bike, you're like Jesus.
Yeah.
Check.
It used to be able to roll. Now it's just hit and splat.
He learned it.
That's another part that I appreciate. But to me, it's like that's a sedan. It's like a regular sedan. It's nothing special. I don't like it.
No, I've never been into those cars either. I've always
Oh, I'm sure.
and it's got like a menace. It kind of made me believe that menace. A lot of you look at it, but it kind of made me a believer. I turned the corner on the G a little bit.
The fuck was that?
Like those years, what is that?
Oh fuck, he hit. I got caught on the fucking side of that shit.
When's the Mustang coming? You gotta do a Mustang.
As far as those cars go, it's dope. But it's just, they're not the best. I like the ones with making acid and making great.
That was
That's the
era, man.
cars. Those are the cars.
Yeah, you had some like colorful characters and designers. Yeah. What's that dude's name? It was just a fucking nut, dude. Remember with the crazy clothes and shit, crazy GM designer.
Harley Earl?
Had the red suit all of the time.
For sure they did drugs. Yeah. Here's why you can tell. It drops off radically after the sweeping psychedelics act of 1970. So in 1970 they made everything Schedule 1. They turned mushrooms, LSD, everything became Schedule 1. And the purpose of this fucking crazy dude, that's the guy who designed everything.
Bill
He's an
Mitchell.
animal. Look at him. You know that
Dude,
dude's doing
world
drugs.
famous.
So when they made it in 1970, from 70 on, the cars started sucking.
Yeah.
Like literally. Like it's like right when everything became illegal, the cars just fell apart. It's like a couple of good 71s, like the 71 Barracudas.
Yeah, carryover cars.
Yeah, but you get into like the 70 Camaros, you're like, what did you do? Like, what did you do? It's like, it's okay. It's like, perfection. Like, what did you do?
That's a funky one to think. Cause there's 70 Camaros, you know, and I can see like there's something about it. There's veer away from each and iconic. Yeah, the 69 was one of the baddest cars ever. Yeah. They just dropped that. Not even like evolved it a little bit. They like threw it out.
Like, that.
Yeah.
With the IROCs, like, what is that? What have you done? What have you done? What are you guys doing? To do something? You guys are on a long road. No.
Well, I think cocaine came in and played a part of it, you know? It's like, we did it.
Fucking design is awesome!
Send it. We did a 79 Camaro White. I'll bet you that entire product line was like an acid trip.
Right. Yeah, they had some wild ones. Javelins and shit.
Even the way they're, I mean, besides just the drugs, their story about Bill Mitchell, I mean, he was supposedly, now this is the stories you heard, they were paying prostitutes out of petty cash.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Meadow. Appreciate that.
What are you gonna do? Pay them in gold bullions?
And but they they lived a life like
It was kind of a rock star lifestyle.
I mean, there were stories about them getting drunk and taking like a horse-drawn carriage in New York City and driving it like Waldorf Astoria. And I mean, shit like that back in the day. They're a crazier mentality, and they were getting away with a lot more shit that I think trickled down into the company.
I think they trickled down to design.
Yes,
they were rock and roll guys. They made rock and roll cars, man. They really did. Like those. You go back and look at it like a 1969 Mustang, like whatever you were on back then, you fucking nailed it. Like there was nothing like that before. You know, it's like the 1950s cars, the 1960s cars.
Fuck.
Crazy. Think about the difference between the 2013 cars. Not much of a difference. Mustangs. They look great. Look great now. But it's like they don't look that much different. That you go, that's an old car. But 50 to 60s, like that's when the drugs kicked in, and that's 100%. They've started making the Corvette look like the '67 Corvette. They just had this fucking shape to it. You know, they just went ham.
Yeah, dude, that's a good observation. I've never really put two and two together on that because the 50s stuff was like civilized.
Fuck these things, man.
These guys got fucked up and made some amazing art. That's really what it is. And what you guys do is take that art. That's what I love. Like, first of all, I love the craftsmanship, the skill that you guys have, the engineering that's involved. And I just really appreciate all that. All that goes into that. But it's also art. Like you guys are making art with old art. You take these rusted, old, fucked up cars, and you strip them all down, put a completely new chassis, put everything in it, so it looks like a modern car. You get the best of both worlds. That the cars, whatever they were doing, design element of those cars,
Fuck.
it just matched.
Get behind me!
Like I'm thinking of a bone stock car. You have no idea because you look at it, you think it's cool, it's fast, it was fast. It's not.
It's got the big motor. And
My mom, in 1971, when I was growing up, that's when I became infatuated with Cougars.
Really?
Yeah, it was with a 340 automatic.
Crazy car. Your mom looks pretty fucking cool.
She's pretty cool. But it was like the shape of that car just intoxicated me just as a kid, and I was always like, but hers was like kind of boring looking. It was like kind of a copper bronze color. It was like kind of boring, stock. And I was like, man, so one day, so that was like the car in my head always was like.
Dude, these fucking dungeons are sick looking.
Little sticky hands out. That's what grill is. Why'd they make them bigger?
All the shit's so much bigger.
Yeah, it's just the wheelbase, the platform, you know,
all the safety requirements they have
the
to
HVAC,
have.
the HVAC system in a new modern car or whatever is as big as your entire dash interior. Like that. You pull out the HVAC system, the dash is one of the new ones. That's why from steering wheel all the way outside of the firewall, you're talking like 3 fucking feet.
Really?
And it's just the amount of shit they pack into those new cars. It's fucking nuts.
The horsepower and the performance.
Their asses, dude.
That stuff. Like if you think everybody raves about like the muscle car era, but if you stop and think, like, dude, you can go into the dealership right now and buy 1,000 horsepower car, a car that runs 9-second quarter miles.
Jamie just got a brand new Tesla Plaid, and I don't know if you've driven one of those, but look, I love muscle cars, but that car makes every car feel stupid.
That's what I've heard.
Stupid. I mean, stupid. It goes 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. It flies. It goes so fast. It's like it's time traveling. It goes like it moves into positions that no other car can do it, and somehow it does it silently, so you don't feel like a douchebag. Like you're like and getting in front of somebody, you just go
and you're gone.
How wild is it, Jamie?
Crazy. I mean, I barely drove it yesterday because I took it in the back and was just like, oh my god, this is a little okay. Hold on.
And it's
Just
like
fast.
I think it's 1,100 horsepower.
Is it controllable, or is it just like
100%.
go by itself?
It's
dialed.
It's so dialed in. There's never wheel spin. I mean, when you take off, there's no wheel spin. It's all completely electronically managed. The base of the thing is all batteries, so the weight is low. So it's got an amazing center of gravity. 1,020 horsepower.
Oh, back to your point.
1.9 seconds, 0 to 60.
It's nuts.
Bro, it's preposterous.
I know it's tough when you talk about that to like make the argument against electric cars. Because
Well-
the performance is nuts.
I drove the fucking Cuda here today, though. I didn't drive the Tesla.
Yeah.
It's a different experience. Like, I'm not trying to go. I'm not racing anybody.
Dude,
I'm just going to work. You know, like it's the feeling.
It's the auxiliary experience.
Oh my
A little
God.
bit of vibration, the noise. You're in control. You're connected to the car, right? You feel like you're the one operating the car.
There's a few things in life that people wish they had that are actually worth getting. Muscle cars are one.
100%.
There's just one.
Dude, modified muscle
You know,
cars.
there's
though.
modified
like,
muscle
You gotta
cars,
make
like
that
what
sucker
you
so
guys
you can
do.
drive it. Yeah.
Because it's like there's a lot of things that people wish they had, and then when you had it, you have it. It's like I explained this once. Like my first nice apartment that I ever had was in North Hollywood. When I first moved to California and I was on a TV show, I was like, wow, I got a nice apartment. This is crazy. This is my own place. It had a loft and had a pool table, and I was sitting in front of my TV, and I realized, I go, oh, this is just a house. Like, it's just like every other house. It's the same feeling I had when I was in a shitty apartment. It's just your place. You go to your place, you chill. It's the same feeling. So all that extra money you pay for these big giant houses and all the crazy shit, you think you're gonna get that same amount of juice from like, wow, what an amazing feeling being in this house. But it's just your house.
Yeah.
You just have that same feeling, oh, I'm in my house. Oh, I'm opening my refrigerator, I'm gonna have breakfast. It's the same feeling.
Right.
It's not the same feeling with cars. When you are in one of the, if I drive the Tesla to work, it's quiet, it's great. I listen to books on tape. I'm cruising along, it makes no sound. It's very relaxing and peaceful. But when I drive like the Camaro to work, it's like I'm in a fucking Doors video. You know, it's like it's a trip. I'm on a Disney ride. I'm in a Disney ride.
Are you jamming out to any music in that, or did you just listen to the motor?
I jammed out to music until I was halfway here, and I'm like, I didn't want to hear the music anymore. I just wanted to hear the engine. You know, there's both things. Like, I have a Porsche 1993 RS America. It's the rawest car I have. It's not fast at all.
We
It has
only
like
saw
300
monks and
horsepower.
so.
It has no power
30
steering.
years
It has
ago,
no air
it's an old
conditioning. It
mist
has no
Fagin
radio.
said
It has
return
no
to the
nothing.
undercroft.
And it weighs like, you know, it's like, I don't know, 2,000 something pounds. It weighs nothing. And it's so fun.
I'll bet.
It's so different than any other experience. And it's not the fastest. It's the slowest car I have, for sure. It's not that fast. But it's every mile per hour, everything you're fucking feeling in your ass and in your hands. And it's this raspy, air-cooled... You don't have to be going fast. It's just the feeling you're getting. You're on a ride.
It requires all of you. To do. It's like a motorcycle.
You're connected. You're making everything happen. You're the one controlling it. There's no computers. There's no traction control. That
you have to really steer that bitch too, because there's no power steering. So like when you're parallel parking, you gotta fucking work your
muscle in
you
that
gotta
thing.
work your forearms. It's a lot, but this episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when. This episode is brought to you by AG1, and I'm gonna tell you.
Be better. Or you
Do Do you guys make cars like thinking about shows, thinking about like SEMA and showing people up? Do you...
You know, we used to do stuff like that. You know, where you're competing for an award, but it's you're never looking at like you're gonna do because you're gonna win the award. You're just trying to make it, and it brings you to the finish line and you get said award. And sometimes you get some bonuses that some guys are like trophy chasing, parked in the car, sitting at the show, and you know, waiting there for the award ceremony, and that $500,000 car, and you get that 50 plaque, and it makes it all worthwhile, right? But no, man. I mean, we've changed gears like quite a bit over the years. That for me, it's the driving experience. You know, making a car that's like so functional, workable, that's just a blast, and it's more rewarding. Like getting a guy. I like dude comes up, picks up the car and drives it 1,000 miles home. That's better than getting that little plaque.
Right.
You know, at a car show. You believe an extra like $700,000 trying to make something over the top.
Right.
All for that, you know?
Yeah. Most of those cars are not drivable at that point. You're gonna be scared to death to drive it.
Not drivable?
When you're going to like the insane show car trying to win every
Really? They're not
indoor
drivable?
award.
It's when you look at our industry. No, when you look at our industry.
In and out of the trailer.
And the tires are all wrapped in saran wraps. The tires don't get dirty. And
what?
Yeah.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of like
Right back, boys.
now. Thank goodness, because of the audience and the customers are changing. Right? They're wanting to chase these cars, right? But everybody was always focused on chasing that trophy or going to a show and winning that trophy. We want to go and make a good showing for the company with whatever we bring, right? But worrying about a panel of judges or somebody judging the car and them deciding what's cool, that would be like you not having an audience and just having like Simon Cowell and Paula Abdul saying if it's a good joke or not. You know, you want you to know that you're doing good, and by the audience and everybody be like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. And we want our customers and you want your fans and people that buy our chassis to be like, that's fucking cool.
What would be the purpose of felt rotors?
So it doesn't scratch the chrome and stuff like that. These are show car.
Dude,
it's felt pads and chrome rotors.
Yes.
In and out of the trailer, man. That's it. It's almost
some guys
like
paint tires so they look black and they look always perfect.
It's almost like if you look, and I don't want this to sound like disrespectful, but like a competitive bodybuilder versus like a fighter, right? They're both working out. But this dude's building his muscle. He's not using them for anything other than flexing them, right? That dude might
show muscles. You're talking about show muscles.
Well, I guess it's the same thing with cars. Like you build these over-the-top cars, and all they do is they kind of go over there and they.
The difference between like an NFL running back,
right?
That dude's super athlete.
That dude's working out because he wants to just fucking accelerate down the field like a rocket ship.
Versus someone who just wants to.
Who wants like
just be a mass monster,
right?
Yeah, I just don't understand why anybody would want to make a car that they're not going to drive. That mindset, I don't get that at all. Like, there's only one reason to have a car.
It's strange. I mean, dude, there's been some wild stuff, like people that like take down the side of their garage or their barn or the top story of their house and place a car in it and build it back up, and the car lives there forever. It's kind of like, I mean, some of it I get. It could be like art. You can make something that's absolutely fucking beautiful, and it's an art piece. But to me, it's, dude, you're building cars because you want to drive them.
Yeah,
it should be.
I could see having like a really old, like Ferrari sitting in one of them rotary things that spins around as like an art piece, because they're fascinating to look at.
Sure.
And driving them is probably not the best experience.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven like a stock old GTO?
No, I never have.
It's probably pretty engaging.
Just tons of stock old muscle cars.
They're terrible.
You getting a C1 Corvette that's stock could be the worst performing vehicle ever.
Really?
Yeah, the ultimate American sports car, and we're always amazed that they're still on the road and people are just wadding them up in ditches everywhere.
Are they that bad?
Oh, dude, so bad. So all that stuff. You got like the Bronco market. You know, that's like the early Bronco stuff.
Yeah.
Because that is a popular truck, and that's one of those things where somebody sees, they just see it and they just want it because they think it's cool and they think they're gonna drive it.
Right.
Like, dude, you're not that's not your Range Rover. Okay, you're not gonna drive it. But that's just sure that they want to drive it. It just physically doesn't perform well enough for them to drive it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what we do is fix all that shit. You know, you get that classic look of the car, but it functions like a new vehicle.
I have an Icon Bronco.
So well, that's all chassis swap and
Same
everything.
thing. Yeah,
Sure.
same thing. But even that, it's like it's so raw. Like the difference between driving that and driving a modern, like a G-Wagon or something like that. So,
Yeah. How often do you drive that thing?
well, right now it's getting worked on, so I'm getting some upgrades.
What do you upgrade? So you got a Coyote?
Yeah. Supercharged.
That's dicey. You're thinking about the Camaro being fucking sketchy.
I like a little dice.
All right.
They got horsepower, foot and a half shorter wheelbase.
I like a little dicey.
What do you do with that truck's just for like bobbing around town though? Or
It's just for fucking around. Yeah. I have a Land Cruiser that Icon made for me. That's a real like performance Land Cruiser. It's like really set up for off-road.
Yeah.
And it's got a supercharged LSA in it. So it's got a lot of power. But it's got those solid axles and it's lifted.
All the good stuff.
When the snow came, we had the snow apocalypse and everything shut down in Austin. I loved it. My car was like a Labrador Retriever, just rolling around the snow, like, yay! It just it was like, this is what we're designed for. I just built a fucking got a big ass gas tank, that came out, that extra tire. So fry the electronics that runs the LSA.
You gotta like someone run the file diesel.
You're going down a fucking rabbit hole.
Oh, dude,
It's a
you
big
get in that
rabbit hole.
apocalypse of vehicles.
Josh is
stuff.
building the Model T. This
So
garage.
what would
Trying to start
cause?
that fucker.
Yeah, right. What would cause the EMT flare? That is the thing about all these cars that are something about, a lot of engines, great engines, they don't come with
I don't know. Something like that happens. Go out with whatever the fuck's going on. I'm not too worried
You're
about
not
that.
running around.
Yeah. I think you get the right idea with your apocalypse vehicle. Look, Jonathan Ward, he does some cool shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I come
Yeah,
right?
Jonathan's an interesting cat.
He is, dude. We had him on. We did a little podcast. We had him on there. He's cool. So he's kind of like a competitor, I guess you'd say. But we respect him. We had him on, and he's an eccentric dude, man. Interesting.
He's a real artist.
Guy.
He's a
He
real
is.
artist. And what he's doing is like you guys. Outside of this funky old patina of like sun-baked paint, watches and shit. But meanwhile, inside, the suspension's immaculate and everything drives incredible. I mean, he does that with a bunch.
Interesting
of
fight.
cars.
Yeah, we do. That's like the majority of our business. Like all the dudes that have had like really over-the-top Chinese cars, they all want that. Find like an old Camaro, it's priceless, right? You find a
Right.
'69 Camaro that's got faded old paint, and it's unsuspecting, flies under the radar, but it's like 800-900 horsepower, crazy motor, air conditioning, power windows, full chassis underneath it.
Yeah.
A sleeper.
Yeah, well, there's something cool about that too, because you're not worried about it getting dirty.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing about people walking up to their car with the microfiber cloth and just polishing everywhere they go. It's like, come on, man.
I've only built patina cars because I can't stand wiping down my own stuff after dealing with customer cars. And
Oh, really? So your personal cars are all patina cars?
Yeah.
Really? What do you
Yeah, me
got?
too.
77 C10. He's got a 76. Here's a 77 as
77.
well. His is lifted. Mine's lowered. We're doing a 70 Trans Am.
Trans Ams were a car. The Burt Reynolds days. Those are a car that still kind of holds up.
Yeah, this is a little This is pre-Burt Reynolds. This is the 70, where it was
those
like,
are great.
that's an ass kicker, dude. You talk about like, that falls right in line with your Camaro. Like
Yeah, let me see 70 Trans Am.
70's white with the blue stripe, and it's a rare car because that's another one. It was original paint.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's a dope car. Yeah, there's something about the hood scoop and those cars that just like, especially the Burt Reynolds ones. Have a lot of people done like resto mods on those?
Yeah, the Burt Reynolds, that's one of those things where it's like that.
Jesus Christ, what is that thing?
Yeah, it's wild race car thing. There's a weird SEMA kind of builds. But the Burt Reynolds one, so many people have done that. Dude.
Yeah.
That's a car, the 70. Dude, that's a car that like, that proves you can buy cool. Because you buy that, I don't care who the fuck you are. You're driving that, you're a bad motherfucker. That's a cool car.
It's a cool car. Yeah. There's those old trucks lend themselves to that patina look, don't they?
They do. So I drive a 77. It's 4x4. It's one of those legend trucks. That's the only.
You got a picture of it?
It's on the website. It's on the web. Well, if you just Google like Roadster Shop Legend 77 truck, it comes up. There's a bunch of articles and stuff on it, but that's what I daily drive. Yeah, that tan one that's shredding the.
Blue one's mine, tan one's his.
Where's the tan one? The upper left?
Yeah, down there.
That's it?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. Just getting after it.
So what's that got in it?
That's a 650 horse supercharged LT4, but it's all like independent front suspension, push button 4-wheel drive.
Oh wow.
So that's I leave it outside. I don't park it in the garage because my kids' toys are all filling up one half of the garage, and that's my daily transportation.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing just wrecks dudes, and like I drive a lot of cool fast shit where it's flogging customer cars, but that truck, it's like anytime I drive some dude in like a C8, some badass car, and I just ruin their day constantly in that car.
Well, it's probably pretty light.
It's not. Yeah, it's like probably a little over 4,000 pounds
for a big ass truck. That's pretty light.
That thing's super.
That's like a modern Mustang, right?
Yeah, you're right in line with any of that stuff.
Which is pretty crazy. 650 pounds, and it's a truck.
It's essentially like a 18 to 19 Chevy truck. It's got all the new Chevy suspension under it, the independent front, the live axle, and I mean it's got the radiator module, the cooling stack, and under the hood and under the is like a brand new Chevy truck.
That wasn't fair.
Wow. But there's something cool about that, like you talked about, the thing. We've got so many of these customers. We're building a dozen of these things right now for guys we build other cars for, but it's like an old pair of boots or an old pair of shoes. Buy a new pair of right. So you're finding these, like we got one that's like a Northwestern, like Oregon or Washington, like state park truck. And it's, I think, had what, 1,000 original miles on it, original paint. Interior is cool, and then another guy's finding one. He's like,
that's Matt Saxon.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The Chevelle.
That's his.
Yeah, he sent me pictures of that.
Yeah,
it's pretty dope.
You're still able to build a one-off car that can't be duplicated because you're finding something super unique and original that Mother Nature weathered for you.
Yeah.
That's something that nobody else can have.
Hey, you're finding stuff that came from fire departments or old ranches. I mean, guys are searching out that little bit of that story of like, nobody can create this truck.
Yeah, that's my car.
Yeah, what a sexy car. I never get tired of looking at that one.
Well, I told you guys the story about why I was infatuated with that car. When I was 16 years old, my friend picked me up in one. His buddy was driving. It was his car. I remember being in the car.
Ooh, thank you.
How is it possible that this could be, like, you could have this? Yeah. Someone can have this? This is insane. It was so cool. Same exact, when, I guess it was 82, 83, somewhere around there. 16? Yeah, it was 83. Yeah, and I remember just
Wow, baby, that's really good.
Same thing. I can't believe a person could own this car.
Yeah.
It was just so cool. And he ran out of gas. It was really funny. And coasted right into the gas station and stopped like right at the pump. I'm like, Chevelle runs out of gas at the perfect time on a hill, coasting to the fucking gas station. Like, relax, fill the gas tank up, like right there.
Three very similar yet different.
what you're getting.
Black and white is the best look. There's cool silver with black stripes. But number one is black and white stripes. There's other ones like the red.
It's not as tough.
Red with black stripes. What was that feature? Yeah, the red with black stripes. Yeah. It's not bad.
No, not as cool as Wooderson though.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
It's just sometimes like with a certain.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That color. There's some color combinations like iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car, the body line. Cool brackets and the black.
Again, that era, they just figured some shit out. That wacky crazy.
How do you pick it? Like, you got the Chevelle sitting there in the what frame of mind are you? You're like, what's the decision process?
Chevelle's the loudest. Naturally aspirated. Sound.
That was my favorite. Do the basic service work and then ship it to where it's going and get it rip first, second, third in that car. It was just smile ear to ear. I'm like,
Cigarettes in his sleeve. Look at him. All right.
I don't know why they ever did that. I wasn't around in that era. You'd think he'd have pockets. Maybe
the jeans were too tight for pockets.
I think so.
I don't know. You can. That's the
All these people one is going for big fucking money, and like all the nobody our era. Money.
Get behind me!
How weird is that? When someone would give you $60,000 for a phone that sucks.
Did you see them last week? They were talking. This is almost whatever. This is all dumb, useless knowledge, but
Area of
they were
expertise.
selling the iPhone. If you had an iPhone, it had been updated. I swear.
But it'll automatically upload.
I guess if you got a broke phone that it won't automatically upload. I guess somebody.
The first one of those girls I've seen. Guys, Kaylee made Now let me show you. Haley made me banana pudding. Banana pudding. Very excited about it. Ten out of 10 would eat again. That was really good. Wow, that was really tasty. Warm me and my girly up a few dabs, boys, then I'll get back to it. Oh man, look how cool my fucking guy looks, guys. He's fucking judgment armor. Kidding me, dude? You fucking kidding me? Why are they having to block out her tattoo? What could be so bad about that? You look it up. Look. $43. Oh yeah, for sure. Ooh, nice. Good job. Good job. 27 boys. Well done, Nicole. Nicole. Oh, Nicole. Nicole. Not gonna. This is what. See this. They're like, well, people are gonna. That's funny. In the feed. God. To win this one. Watch. Angry and frustrated. He's goddamn fascist. What I mean. Wait, you already told me. A good one. $53, dude. Holy shit. That the Australian girl is just like Katana. Katana. God, I want this founders pack so bad. Somebody, buy me that pack. Somebody, big brother me, dude. Kaylee, big brother me. Oh. What is a power pip? I guess maybe I just don't know what the fuck a power pip is. Five bit. I hope they win. I hope those two win. I can see all three of those three getting to the end and all three of them. So, you know what I mean? Before Turtles, I want to go see Turtles so bad, guys. I haven't even looked at any reviews because I don't know. Looks like just a good popcorn movie.
This is a stop. When you first the Archon. I should have seen it. The Archon. It's possible. We always the first may not. The first must have. We need you.
Yes, but then each remnant use it. See.
Damn, you got pretty close. Better than the bottom, man. All right, boys, we're turning off the light. The guy does look sick, dude. I can't wait to get the fucking $130 bundle for this game. This game is so sick. Maybe Kaylee will, I mean, Crunchy Jalapeno will donate $130. Fun. I want to go fishing in this water. Where did I get one of those? Using 2-tier down in the Highlands. Okay. Guess let's go to the Highlands. No, no. Fuck. Fuck mean and a nugget. I know. Next. What days? Sorry, boys. Looks like we're gonna be in a queue for a little bit. We're gonna grab a pizza, guys. Just kidding. Haley's gotten too old to be that cool. I haven't though. I'm kid enough. I'm just. I know. Great. Have a hit, boys. That every times does you have to have it done? Why? It has to do it every. Oh no. Not keep me waiting. Everybody has to get up. No.
Oh my god, that's
Definitely up for the rest of the night, dude. Oh my god, dude. It's like comes out of there intense. Oh, that's so gross. That is so gross, man. Dick. Really? Not talking about anything. Does my light on the does the green go up when I'm talking? Like at this level? Okay, still light, but not. I just want to know how much have I cutting it? Oh yeah. This is funny. Watch. Watch at the end. It's the guy that was fucking cutting the flowers. Scary. Like she can't put her legs. Don't move if she's bothered by it. You're like a nice little fucking one. Oh my gosh. Really? Annie, go lay down in the bed that we got you, preferably. Alrighty, boy. Oh gosh. Excuse me, boys. Took my meds. I did. Right then. This queue is going quick, boys. Wow. You know what? Got some boogies. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Oh, It's okay.
The Fool is one of the most relatable, intriguing, and recurring figures in the world. There have been fools who have caused surprise and laughter since time immemorial. We worship folly by seeing it in people and in the world, and by willingly displaying it in ourselves. It is one of the timeless archetypes which we all inherit at birth. Many of us suffer from the absence of the fool in our lives. Frenetic and upright, we take ourselves too seriously, trying so hard to conform to a world which promotes workaholism, efficiency, and productivity, that we might as well be cogs in a machine. As William Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Forgetting that playfulness is a basic human need, we wonder why we so easily become bored and exhausted, losing all capacity for spontaneity, authenticity, and passion. The antidote to this would be to give the fool archetype some space in our lives. To be in a balance and not become excessively foolish and irresponsible, we need to develop the archetype of the sage, who, despite being wise, recognizes the limits of his knowledge and can laugh at himself every now and then. Archetypes are not part of a mechanical system, but pieces of life itself, images that are integrally connected to the living individual by the bridge of the emotions. The character of the fool is complex, and various characteristics have been attributed to the fool, that he is dull-witted, inarticulate, unable to conform to the conventional standards of behavior, and that he has a natural simplicity and innocence of heart. The derivation of the word fool is the Latin folis, meaning a pair of bellows expelling empty air. Extended to people, it implies an empty-headed person with insubstantial thoughts. At the same time, bellows furnish the oxygen needed for combustion, in much the same way that the fool fires us up. In 1511, the Dutch scholar Erasmus published In Praise of Folly, which became hugely popular and is a profoundly penetrating examination of the fool in Western literature. Folly introduces herself, and since nobody ever praises Folly, she begins by praising herself, arguing that life would be dull without her. Folly criticizes everyone, and Erasmus's close friends warned him of the possible dangers of attacking the church. However, even religious figures found the work amusing. Friendship and marriage contain a certain amount of folly, because we tend to overlook the defects of our friends and loved ones and consider them small vices in comparison to other people. Intellectuals are foolish in their pursuit of knowledge, spending years going to the library, doing research, thinking that what they're doing is tremendously important, so that a few other intellectuals over a century will read their book and think very highly of it. Folly compares philosophers to theater critics, who unmask the characters on stage and ruin the actor's performance. They are boring and annoying. Philosophers don't seem to understand how the illusions that help make life more bearable are useful, even if they distort reality. The fool seems to be infinitely freer and happier than those who are burdened by wisdom. They are the life of the party. Fools always speak the truth because they lack the wisdom to craft lies and seek to manipulate others. In essence, there's nothing that can make life happier than the joy that accompanies laughter and play. Folly is not merely universal, but necessary and even desirable to humanity. To be a person is nothing other than to play the fool, and to acknowledge this very fact is the highest form of wisdom. The fool represents a nostalgic return to a simpler way of life, a wisdom that comes not from the mind, but from the heart. Sometimes the down-to-earth and simple-minded, in their purity of heart, can penetrate to profounder truths than those encumbered with learning and convention. In the same way, we sometimes sense a more resonant truth in popular proverbs than in rational exposition. Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky writes, "The wisest of all, in my opinion, is he who can, if only once a month, call himself a fool, a faculty unheard of nowadays." In literature, wise characters sometimes depict insanity, and madmen express wisdom. The oxymoron, wise fool, is a literal paradox where the character who is identified as a fool comes to be regarded as the beholder of wisdom. People sometimes accuse wise people of insanity in order to conceal their unwanted wisdom, either fearing the harsh words on many controversial topics, or simply to punish them for speaking boldly. The archetypal wise fool is Socrates. Not only was his educational method based on exposing the folly of the supposedly wise, but he himself claimed that his own wisdom was derived from an awareness of his ignorance. Knowledge of ignorance is itself a kind of knowledge. As Shakespeare writes, "The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool." There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true, the other is to refuse to believe what is true. When there's an uncomfortable truth that needs to be spoken, and those in power are afraid to speak about it, it is usually the fool who steps in. There's something heroic about this. It is the fool who speaks a truth nobody else dares to utter, and this brings instant relief, because people know it has to be said. Generally speaking, we can distinguish between two types of fools: the natural fool, who lacks social awareness and occasionally utters the truth, being unaware of social conventions, and the professional fool, whose job it is to make harsh truths more palatable by disguising them with humor and wit. One follows his heart, the other his mind. The greatest fools are oftentimes cleverer than the people who laugh at them. The fool is fearless in speaking the truth. In fact, the great secret of the successful fool is that he's no fool at all. As the great English visionary artist William Blake writes, "If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise." The fool, the clown, and the trickster share similar traits. They are sources of humor, inevitably eliciting laughter, serving as catalysts for comic catharsis. However, they also express a duality: folly and non-folly, order and disorder. What may seem like a joke can in fact be a warning. Danish theologian and philosopher Søren Kierkegaard writes, "A fire broke out backstage in a theater. The clown came out to warn the public. They thought it was a joke and applauded. He repeated it. The acclaim was even greater. I think that's just how the world will come to an end, to general applause from wits who believe it's a joke." Professional fools can bring a sense of awareness to what is going on in the world and where we are headed. Many of them, however, come from a place of tragedy. The contradictory association between comedy and mental disorders, such as depression and anxiety, is known as the sad clown paradox, where comedy can act as a defense mechanism to remove suppressed feelings of rage and aggression. People may respond with laughter to the clown, yet harbor feelings of pity, fear, or repulsion, evoking ambivalent reactions. Some people, in fact, suffer from coulrophobia, the overwhelming fear of clowns. In this day and age, clowns are a constant source of horror in books and movies. Perhaps this is because the modern clown's role is always the same: to entertain others by being the subject of laughter, and he's not always successful at it. The clown has to sacrifice his well-being by always having to put on the same face and play the same character. This one-sidedness can take its toll mentally, and the clown slowly becomes enveloped by his shadow, the dark side of his personality. The evil clown archetype is best portrayed in the Joker, one of the most recognizable villain characters in popular culture. In medieval theater, clowns would not only make spectators laugh, but sometimes also snatch them off with them into a hellmouth, the entrance of hell envisaged as the gaping mouth of a monster, which scared the audiences. Thus, their light and dark sides were balanced. The fool and the trickster have a few psychological differences as well. Generally speaking, the fool is presented as an innocent or naive figure who wouldn't hurt a fly, while the trickster is intentionally deceptive and seeks to trick others and laugh at them. The trickster loves engaging in what the Germans call Schadenfreude, literally harm joy, in which one obtains pleasure from learning or witnessing the misfortunes, failures, or humiliation of another person. A trickster may console others when they fail and hide that internally he feels joy. When there is an opportunity to play a trick on another person, the trickster immediately seizes the opportunity. The fool, however, is not interested in laughing at a person, but rather laughing with the person, or laugh at himself. To laugh at oneself helps to break the ice, because it not only removes one's own persona, but also the audience's social mask, allowing for genuine behavior. This courageous feat throws one in a vulnerable state, which allows others to open up and receive a message more profoundly. While the fool likes to entertain others and is usually the butt of a joke, the trickster, on the other hand, seeks primarily to entertain himself, even if it is at the expense of others. The the fool is able to have a sense of humor even in difficult situations, which radiates hope in others. In a tense atmosphere, the person who is hurt takes the risk to make a joke, even if it means making a fool of himself, not just to set himself at ease, but also to bring relief to others. When a person acts like a fool through some kind of outward action, it is immediately apparent to the audience. With the trickster, it is more ambiguous. He plays like a fool in order for people to fall into his trap. The trickster tricks others who never expect to be tricked. In medieval times, the court jester's job was to entertain the aristocracy in a wide variety of ways: music, storytelling, satire, comedy, or juggling and acrobatics. It was believed that keeping a fool in the premises warded off the evil eye. This is no antiquated superstition. It represents a psychological truth of enduring value. It is usually a good idea to place the fool out front where we can keep an eye on him. We must make room for the renegade factor in ourselves and admit him to our inner court, where he can bring us fresh ideas and new energy. Without the fool's blunt observations and playfulness, our inner landscape might become a sterile wasteland. During the Middle Ages, the Feast of Fools would be celebrated by the lower clergy on New Year's Day to ensure society against unexpected uprisings of latent destructive urges. All conventions were temporarily suspended. The natural order of things was turned upside down. Sacred rituals were parodied in obscene fashion. Church authorities were ridiculed, and all underdogs were allowed to give vent to year-long repressions of hostility, lust, and rebellion. These blasphemous celebrations were eventually driven underground by the church. The fool also had an important role in the royal court, and was given permission by the king to speak the truth. Both an insider and outsider, the fool occupied a peculiar place at court as the one person able to ridicule the very person he served. In humor only, of course. Anyone who dares to challenge others for the status quo is considered a fool by those who are too afraid to speak out and would never risk their reputation by being authentic. To make his special privileges known, the fool imitated the king's crown and scepter with a cap and bells and a bauble, or fool scepter. In the manner of a ventriloquist doll, the miniature head of the bauble could say things that the jester might not want to say himself. Because of their close relation to the king, jesters were free from punishment and allowed to speak without fear. Nevertheless, some of them went too far and were beheaded. Fools represent values which are rejected by the group. Because they oppose social norms and rules, they are seen as incompetent, frequently ostracized for their rebelliousness, and are thus social misfits. However, every group must have such a figure, because they are agents of change, and the liveliness of culture require that there be space for figures whose function is to uncover and disrupt the very things that cultures are based on. Court jesters usually had some sort of physical deformity. They came from poor families and were financial burdens, but because of their unusual bodies, they were used as natural fools to create amusement. Deformities were looked upon as a special mark of the Lord, so dwarfs, hunchbacks, and the like were often chosen to be fools in royal houses. Dwarves were particularly valued and resided in many royal courts, being frequently delivered as gifts to fellow royal members. They stood next to the king, who would then appear much larger, enhancing his powerful position. These maimed ones proved to be human beings of unusual depth and wisdom, excluded by their physical handicaps from the activities and interests of the average person. Through their loneliness and suffering, these people were forced to discover resources within themselves. In Shakespeare's tragedy, King Lear, the king's relationship with the fool is one of friendship and dependency. When the king is left with his knights, he is a terribly lonely figure and keeps asking where the fool is. The king wants the fool to accompany him everywhere, acting as his alter ego. The fool can be expected to reverse relationships between those dominant and those subservient, as he's placed in the paradoxical position of virtual outlawry combined with utter dependence on the support of the social group to which he belongs. Shakespearean fools, just like the fools and jesters of the time, use their wits to outdo people of higher social standing, but their characteristics are exaggerated for theatrical effect. The myth of Parsifal, an old Arthurian legend, describes the journey that a boy must undertake to become a man. He is known as Parsifal, young fool, and lives alone with his mother. After seeing knights pass by him, he is marveled and decides to leave his mother in order to become a knight himself, and goes through many trials that initiate him into manhood. In the story, the Grail Castle is in serious trouble. The Fisher King, king of the castle, has been wounded. His wounds are so severe that he cannot live, yet he's incapable of dying. He is rendered infertile, and his kingdom is barren. This expresses how the psychological wound manifests itself in problems in the external world. Every adolescent receives his Fisher King wound. It is a graduation from naive consciousness into self-consciousness. It is painful to watch an adolescent grow up and realize that the world is not just joy and happiness. However, his first contact with the wound is what later will be redemption in life. Every night there's a solemn ceremony in the Grail Castle. One of the maidens holds the Holy Grail, filled with wine, and each person that drinks from it is granted their deepest wish. The Fisher King, however, does not participate and is suffering alone. No further outward effort is possible if our inward capacity is wounded. It is perhaps the deepest form of suffering to be right in front of beauty, happiness, and holiness, but unable to partake in any of it. The court fool had prophesied long ago that the Fisher King would be healed when an innocent fool arrived in the court and asked a specific question. One day, Parsifal finds a man in a boat fishing on a lake. It was the Fisher King. He asked if there was any place to stay the night, to which the Fisher King gave him the directions to the Grail Castle. Parsifal attends the ceremony, but the Fisher King is groaning in agony alone. The young fool, who refused to remove the homespun garment made by his mother, remembers her advice not to ask too many questions, symbolizing a moral complex. He forgets what he was taught by the godfather figure who trained him, and does not talk to the Fisher King. The following day, he leaves the castle. As he turns around, the castle was nowhere to be seen. It took Parsifal 20 long and painful years to find the Grail Castle again. The original myth ends here. The inner castle is always there, but appears invisible to our eyes, unless we see the world with new eyes. Many of the continued stories say that after Parsifal revisited the Grail Castle, he asked the Fisher King, "Whom does the Grail serve?" Immediately, he was healed, and peace and happiness reigned over the land. The Grail is the center of meaning in human life, and the meaning of life is to serve the Grail or higher self. Jungian analyst Robert A. Johnson writes, "A man must consent to look to a foolish, innocent, adolescent part of himself for his cure. The inner fool is the only one who can touch his Fisher King wound." In Don Quixote, which is often considered as the first modern novel, Spanish writer Miguel de Cervantes portrays a man who's driven mad after reading many books of chivalry. He decides to become a knight-errant under the name of Don Quixote. He rides on his weak horse and goes on to defend the innocent and defeat the wicked, only to do exactly the opposite. All this he does in the name of a peasant woman whom he idealizes as a princess, but remains unseen in the novel. The term quixotic refers to a person who is apt to be deluded, unable to distinguish reality from imagination, and pursues lofty and romantic ideals that are impractical. In a famous scene, the hero has an imaginary fight with windmills, which he believes are giants. This is the origin of the idiom tilting at windmills, attacking imaginary enemies. Don Quixote recruits Sancho Panza as his sidekick and squire, a down-to-earth peasant who is puzzled by his master's grandiose fantasies, but being promised great wealth, follows him riding a donkey. Sancho's realism contrasts to his master's idealism. Don Quixote's good intentions, however, end up doing harm to those he meets, since he is largely unable to see the world as it really is.
This game have mostly
He's
negative
not only
review
seen
on
as a
Steam.
fool, but a complete
Is the
madman.
key still bad?
Despite his insanity, he is witty.
The only reason it's getting negative reviews is the queue, and the queue is still pretty bad. But once you get in the game, I've been able to get pretty far, and I'd say the queue is like 3 hours at the most. I've had issues so it's not that bad. It's definitely gotten better throughout the weekend. But how's it going in the official roster?
Perfect.
Hey, I appreciate the follow, Aria Nelson. These guys real quick.
Perfect.
Hey, thank you guys, both of you guys, for follows. I've been really enjoying the game so far, though. Who's yeah, there? Gotta get this guy.
Server issues just like any other new MMO.
Yeah, exactly. People just have a place that people like to bitch about it now, and unfortunately or fortunately, I think fortunately, there's like stats and shit that you can see on Steam and stuff, so makes it a little bit more oh fuck. Oh. But it's also early access. I mean, that's why they put the name on that like they did. So interesting way to release your MMO, but you know, it's better. I guess probably comes across as better that way. I don't know.
Do you think price will increase?
No. So right now it's $20 to buy in, and then in 6 months the game will go free to play. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm bad. Second time. These guys are pretty hard. Get his ass. Fuck you. Ooh, let's go do this.
Get behind me!
How's he getting health? Destroy Darkstar Meteor. I think I need to be doing this. There we go. Hey, thank you guys for the follow. Beatrice 99. Appreciate that shit. The hell? That was some server lag.
Get behind me.
Can't like attack. What the fuck? God damn it, I fucking failed it. That's such a bummer. Fuck, he's fucking me up. Dude, I got one of those things. Let's go back. All right.
And at times seemingly sane.
All right, let me go back. I gotta go. Not in combat. I wonder if there's a way to bring that up. Motherfucker. All right, let me play our video for us.
so long as he avoids the topic of chivalry. This may be a warning that even the most intelligent people can fall victim to their own foolishness. At the end, Don Quixote becomes sick and falls asleep, and later wakes from a dream. Awakening from his madness too, he realizes that he has wasted his life and is just crazy. The atmosphere of the novel turns from comedy to tragedy, and the people who looked at him with scorn can't help but feel pity for him. They insist that he's wrong and that he really is a knight. What was before viewed as insanity is now considered sanity. After his life-giving illusions are dissipated, he dies. He dies from an overdose of reality. This brings in the question, is it better to know the truth and be unhappy, or live in a fool's paradise? In his novel, The Idiot, Dostoevsky explores this question to some extent. He portrays the ideal man, a positively beautiful individual in a morally corrupted and decayed world. The protagonist, Prince Mishkin, returns to Russia after spending time in a Swiss sanatorium, receiving treatment for epilepsy and idiocy, until the 20th century, an actual medical term for neurological disorders. Starting with a train ride to St. Petersburg, he's thrown headfirst into the corruptness.
Damn,
of
guys,
society.
we've gotten like
The
fucking
character
8
appears
follows
different from
tonight.
other
That's
virtuous souls in
badass.
fiction by
Thank you all
emphasizing
for
innocence
watching.
rather than
Hanging out.
radicality. Dostoevsky writes, first of all, this prince is an idiot, and secondly, he is a fool, knows nothing of the world, and has no place in it. Mishkin's open-heartedness, innocence, and lack of social experience is an instrument of satire, standing in sharp contrast to the corrupted, cold, money-hungry, manipulative, and egocentric society he finds himself in. The prince is frank, open, and unable to hide his true feelings behind a persona in order to impress others. He says what is on his mind, regardless of the social setting. This leads people to call him an idiot, even though he has deep insights about human nature and what it means to be a true Christian. The antithesis of Mishkin is Ippolit, a young atheist and nihilist in the final stages of tuberculosis and near death. He loses his will to live and rebels against society, nature, and God, and famously states, "It is better to be unhappy and know the worst than to be happy in a fool's paradise." Prince Mishkin, on the other hand, does not understand why someone would choose to be unhappy. Instead of philosophizing, the prince spends a considerable time with sinners, serving as their moral and spiritual guide. It is the small acts of kindness that truly matter in the world. Redemption is a key theme in the novel, to save the soul from the state of sinfulness through humility and compassion. In the most popular line of the book, Dostoevsky writes, "The prince assures us that beauty will save the world." In many fairy tales, we see 3 brothers, the youngest being a simpleton whom everybody laughs at. But it is always this fool who becomes the hero in the story. He is the foolhardy brother who rushes in where angels fear to tread, and by doing so, wins the hand of the princess and her kingdom. The fool seems to possess magical powers, and has Lady Luck on his side. His spontaneous approach to life combines wisdom, madness, and folly. When he mixes these ingredients in the right proportions, the results are miraculous. But when there's one-sidedness, everything can end up in a sticky mess. One of the most beloved figures in Russian folklore is Ivan the Fool. The Russian writer Leo Tolstoy wrote a story titled Ivan the Fool, alluding to this figure. In the story, Ivan is the youngest and 3rd son in a peasant family. He is taken advantage of because of his naivety, kindness, and capacity to easily forgive others, even at his own expense. His brothers are tempted by money and military power. However, Ivan lives a simple way of life. He lives on a farm, taking care of his old father and mute sister, and works in the
That guy
fields.
looks cool.
When the 2 brothers run out of money, they insist on getting their share of their father's wealth. The father objects because it is Ivan and his sister who have helped him. Ivan, however, agrees to his brother's demands. The old devil, seeing Ivan's generosity and lack of conflict between the brothers, sends a little devil to each brother to start a feud. The 2 devils succeed in tempting the 2 brothers with greed and power, and they get into trouble. Ivan, who is stricken with illness by the devil,
That's
only
cool
works
looking.
harder and overcomes all obstacles. The 3 little devils get together in order to defeat Ivan, but they all fail. As Ivan finds each devil one by one, they beg for their life and
His ass.
Grant them any wish, he spares their life. And so, Ivan is granted a wish and innocently utters, "God bless you," which makes them man appreciative. He can make gold out of leaves and soldiers out of straw, and decides to give the gold coins to the village peasants and conjure up soldiers to sing and dance. Finally, the old devil loses his patience and goes to Ivan, but is also defeated. While Ivan relies on his heart and believes in legends and mythical beliefs, the brothers focus on their minds and practicality. Ivan ends up marrying the Tsar's daughter. The man who has nothing receives everything. The fool becomes the hero. In tarot, the fool is covered in a man holding a white rose, symbolizing innocence and purity, and a small bundle of possessions in the other. He is willing to sacrifice everything for the truth. He walks merrily looking up at the sky, making any fool paradise, absorbed in all the great adventures that await him. At his heels, a dog tries to draw his attention because he's about to fall off a cliff. Tarot derives from the 15th century Italian illustrated playing cards known as Leonti, inspired by theatrical festivals and used for entertainment. They were later called Garocchi, from which tarot is derived, and its root garoch translates to foolishness. Therefore, tarot is also called the fool's journey. In the 18th century, the occult practice of cartomancy started to rise to prominence, and mystics referred to the 78 cards as arcana, the first 22 being the major arcana and the minor arcana. The fool has the number 0, and in most decks is the first of the 22 major arcana cards, the last of which is the world. In the last card, there's a large laurel wreath symbolizing wholeness, in which the fool, who is androgynous, becomes the cosmic dancer and the anima mundi, world soul. However, just as the journey towards wholeness ends, it begins anew, for it is a lifelong process. The fool is both the beginning and the end of the journey. He is emerged because he jumps out of place of comfort into the place of the unknown. The fool's journey is similar to the moment in which the hero has a call to adventure and must leave the safety and comfort of the ordinary world and enter into the unknown and unknown territory of the special world. Here he must defeat his dragon, worst fear, vanity, person, memory and gather the gold and treasure hard to attain. The journey is a psychological and spiritual death in which an old aspect of oneself dies, giving birth to a new and more capable self. Finally, the hero must return to his people in the ordinary world and share the gift acquired
Oh my god.
with others, something with the power to heal, whether it is wisdom, love, or simply the experience of surviving in the special world. The fool is a wanderer, energetic, ubiquitous, and immortal. He is the most powerful of all the tarot tropes. The fool is always in a process of becoming, and is considered as the initiation into the great mystery of life. The major arcana can be viewed as pictures representing the typical experiences encountered along the age-old path to self-realization, or what Swiss psychiatrists and psychologists Carl Jung called individuation. Tarot cards can be used for amplification, a Jungian method which allows one to clarify obscure dreams, visions, drawings, or other fantasy material by turning up the volume of the images through the comparative study of mythology, religion, fairy tales, and art. It is appropriate that the fool has the number 0. The power of 0 is inherent in its circular form, which is symbolized by infinity. The ancient Egyptian symbol of the Horus, or tail devourer, represents the concept of endless return and eternity, associated with the maxim, one is all and all is one. It is the paloma, wholeness of being, where past, present, and future exist simultaneously. As many sages have pointed out, God is an infinite sphere, the center of which is everywhere, the circumference nowhere. A circle with a dot at its center is the universal sign for the sun, source for warmth, light, and power. This hieroglyph also stands for the world end, from whose fertile center all creation arose and continues to arise, and is related to paradise, that instant state of unconscious nature which humanity experienced before falling into the reality of consciousness. It is the primeval womb where we all live time outside space and time. The nostalgia we feel for our childhood reflects this great longing to be contained once more in the perfect circle, the original state of wholeness, where the union of opposites is
What
intimate.
just happened,
In
man?
Jungian psychology, the dot is the ego, the center of consciousness, and the circle is the self, the center of the entire psyche, which embraces both consciousness and the unconscious. Jung writes, "It is not I who create myself, rather I happen to myself." The imagery of the fool, who lives on today in our playing cards,
What the fuck is going
disguised
on,
as the Joker,
dude?
has gone through many symbolic transformations, alternating between beggar, madman, and fool. The
I'm stuck as fuck. I just don't even know what to do. Am I dead? I'm bugged. No! Well, boys, it is what it is.
Conti Sforza tarot, which date from the 15th century, are believed to be the oldest surviving cards, though no complete deck has survived. Here, the fool is depicted as a beggar or vagabond, wearing ragged clothes and stockings without shoes. He carries a stick and has feathers in his hair, which may relate to the notion of the wild man. In the Sola Busca tarot, created by an unknown artist in the late 15th century, the fool has a feathered headdress and plays a bagpipe, while in the German Hofämterspiel of the 15th century, the fool, Narr, also plays a bagpipe but is barefooted, wears a robe and bells on his hood, reminiscent of the court jester. In the Mandinga Daroki from the same century, the fool is portrayed as a semi-naked old man leaning on a staff, with the word misero, beggar, inscribed. In this card, we see an animal trying to grab his attention. The fool is in such close contact with his instinctual side that he does not need to look where he's going in the literal sense. His animal nature guides his steps. In an old French tarot card, the fool appears blindfolded, further emphasizing his ability to act by insight rather than eyesight.
That may end it for me tonight. This is the third time I'm gonna be through the queue today. I had a lot of fun. I think the game is very good. It's making me want to come back and play it. So yeah, good stuff. Appreciate everybody stopping by that did today. In the both streams that I did. Really appreciate it. And thank you guys all over there on Twitch for all the follows. Jackson Pro, Alice TV, Meadow, Arya, the official Rasta, and Beatrice. I sure do appreciate each and every one of you guys stopping by and clicking that follow button for me. It really boosts my confidence in doing all this and makes it more enjoyable to have some interaction from people. So thanks, guys. Bye.